It's Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving weekend, so I thought it'd be easy, but no.
If you would please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone here. It is September 18th at 9:01 a.m. Commissioner Boice, do you have a report for us?
Thank you, Chair Paasch. Yes, line of duty deaths for police officers, an update. We just lost an officer in Alabama yesterday. Brutal. We're up to 87. Sometimes we forget, and I think this is really good in the sense that we're working towards more of suicide awareness. There's actually more police officers, retired and active, that commit suicide that are killed in the line of duty. So just that little note that hopefully can be a little outreach for our communities, certainly close to veterans and the issue that's plaguing our country. Firefighters, 1 up to 34 military deaths. You just mentioned a moment ago. 1 more we lost in Afghanistan, also up to 31. Moment of silence, if we could, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Do I have any amendments to the agenda?
None here, Mr. Chair.
I have one.
Ms. Schmelzer?
If the board agrees, I'd like to pull J.
I have no problem with J being pulled. Do you? Anyone? My pen.
That's on number 6, correct?
6J, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're going to pull 6J. Any other amendments? Have a motion, please.
I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Second, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Any further comments? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice.
Yes.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Next, we're going to have our public comments. And what I'm going to do is we've got some public comments from different people. I thought there was another public comment here. I didn't see it. Was there any other public comments that somebody was going to turn in? No? All right. David Barnes.
Good morning, I'm David Barnes. I just wanted to comment about yesterday's power outage. For almost 3.5 hours, most of Curry County was out of power. I've been here for 4 years now, and yesterday was only the 3rd time that I've had to reset my clock since I moved here. I'm just amazed at the reliability and the response of Coos Curry Electric Co-op when something happens. We lost a transmission line yesterday. I used to work for the power company back east. We lost a transmission line, and 3.5 hours later, our lights were back on. I don't know if anybody realized it, but that's really an astonishing response to get to people back on. I live 50 miles from New York. I've regularly lost my power for 2 or 3 days at a time. After Hurricane Sandy, I was out of power for 17 days. Like I said earlier, I've been here 4 years. Yesterday was the 3rd time I had to reset my clocks. You know, kudos to CCE&C for the work they do and for keeping our lights on. I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boice?
I might make a quick comment there. I thought it was going to be late, but got here on time. Was on the phone, the Energy and Environment Committee, House side for wildfire and electricity, what happened in Paradise, California. The committee is working very hard to be prepared. I spent some time on the phone with CEO Coos Curry, General Manager Bischoff yesterday, and he gave me some, and I probably should post this, just some of the things that Coos, and I was able to report this to the committee by phone this morning, just the 8 or 10 efforts that they're doing to make sure that we are prepared, and it's continually changing. And so I echo Mr. Barnes's comments to see them this organized and aware of the risk that Oregon has in wildfire. Very appropriate, very timely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have 3 more public comments to be made, but I'm going to hold them until we get to the actual discussion action item on the agenda. If I fail to do that and you have a comment that you wanted and I didn't call you, please let me know. All right, so next we're going to move on to the consent agenda. We're looking to approve the minutes of the Board of Commissioner business meeting from September 4th, 2019, to approve the District Attorney Office changing status of 2 employees from full-time to irregular due to grant changes, to approve the District Attorney's Office promotion, and to approve 2 STP Surface Transportation Program fund exchange agreements for the 2020 oil distributor truck and the 2019 Etnyer chip spreader, Richard Christensen, the Roadmaster. Do I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as written.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Boice.
Yes.
Vice Chair, Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Sorry. Motion carried unanimously.
It's still carried, JJ. All right, we're going to move on to 6. Discussion item, strategic planning for Moss Adams. Ms. Schmelzer, Director of County Operations.
So I just wanted to announce that the Moss Adams is beginning their strategic planning process the last week in September. They're going to spend 2 days meeting with all the department heads, and then on October 2nd, they actually want to meet with the board. They do have to catch a flight back later that afternoon, so I'm going to, if it's okay with the board, schedule a morning. It's going to be kind of like a workshop where they can just kind of meet and give you an update of what's going on and what that process is going to look like, if the board is okay with that. Also that they are doing phone interviews with some members of the community representing different groups. And then after they have a rough draft kind of the ideas that were put together from the employees, the commissioners, and group representatives, then they're going to start having the town halls. What I would like to ask the board to do, though, is to authorize us to actually have a web page that people can go to follow that whole strategic planning process. It would be at no cost to us, but we feel it is the best way to keep the public informed and the commissioners informed of what's going on.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay,
Absolutely.
great. Thank you.
More information we can get to the
Unanimous.
public, the better it is.
That's it.
All right. 6B will be Microenterprise Assistance Program. Summer Matteson, Economic Development Coordinator.
Good morning, Commissioners. Summer Matteson, Economic Development, and I'm excited to share with you this morning the opportunity that we've been presented through a collaboration of counties and business partners. More specifically, the County of Douglas, County of Coos, and then ourselves, partnering with CCD and CDBG funds provided through Business Oregon Opportunity. And I would actually like to introduce Brian Sykes. He's with CCD, originally hired as the accounting manager, more recently the assistant director. And so we'll be seeing a lot of Brian, thankfully. And he will come up and answer questions about that intergovernmental agreement and the program that we're excited to see rolled out. Come on up, Brian.
Morning, Brian.
Good morning. As Summer said, my name is Brian Sykes. I'm with CCD as the accounting manager and assistant director. Thank you all for having me and listening to me today. So we were approached, CCD, by Business Oregon with a community development block grant opportunity regarding microenterprise assistance. Now what that is it is a grant that allows a municipality or governmental entity to apply and use a sub-grantee such as CCD to provide basic business education to low to moderate income microenterprise entrepreneurs. Now, in that program, I would be going around providing 6-week courses in Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties, along with the city of Roseburg, to microenterprise owners. And a microenterprise is defined as a business with 1 to 5 employees, including the owner. another criteria for the program is they have to be in that low to moderate income range, which is defined by the Department of Housing and Urban Development at 80% of the median income for the county in which the program is being utilized. So, unfortunately, Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties were unable to apply for this grant. Luckily, the city of Roseburg stepped up as the project owner and is going to be the pass-through for these grant funds. So what I asked Miss Matteson to do was propose an intergovernmental agreement to the board that would allow Curry County to take part in the program as a location where we would provide the course in addition to Coos and Douglas counties. I'm more than happy to field any questions if there's anything outstanding or any wonders you have.
Commissioner Gold?
Is this grant a sure thing? That's one question.
It's not a sure thing. We're still in the application process. We've gotten as far as submitting the application to Business Oregon for technical assistance, and the final application will be submitted by September 30th, so the end of this month.
Okay, and then the second question is, if this grant is in place, would it be up to the businesses to apply to be part of this?
CCD would handle marketing for the program itself, and we would also, yes, accept applications for it. So.
Okay, I just want to know how hard it would be for businesses to be part of this, especially since they're small.
Yeah, CCD would handle the application process as well as marketing. So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Boice?
Has your position changed? You're the accountant and?
So I was originally hired
CCD?
in March of 2016 as the accounting manager, and then my position was expanded in July of last year to include the assistant director title as well.
Well, congratulations. Good to hear. Thank you. That's all.
Two quick questions. Would this be a pass-through grant, firstly? And secondly, management of the grant, would we be responsible for that, or would that all be done through Roseburg?
It is a pass-through grant, and the city of Roseburg, being the project owner, would be the responsible entity.
Okay. Thank you.
I just, maybe the board can reach out to Roseburg, but because of the fact that the county cannot apply for a CDBG grant because we're currently working on a different CDBG grant, this would not be possible without Roseburg. So we really want to extend our thank you, our gratitude to them.
And the intent behind this, if we decide to continue the program in future years, would be to actually rotate the CDBG application between the counties and the city of Roseburg.
Okay.
That way, each entity would have their opportunity to contribute that.
Commissioner Gold?
So what do you need from us today in order for this to go forward?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, just checking. Whether you needed a motion or...
Maybe just a smile.
And a big thank you, right?
Yeah.
At least I don't need anything. I'm not sure if county
Actually,
staff does.
we would want the board to support the IGA.
Right. And we have that on
Okay.
in your package.
My apologies on that. And after the meeting, I'm more than happy to hang around and answer any additional questions staff or individual commissioners may have.
I do just have one question. One of the things that was discussed this week was opportunities for people to work with a business incubator such as a kitchen facility where people can learn to cook their products, bring their products to market, etc. And we have not reached out to the Fair Board to discuss this, but to me, one of the obvious places to have a commercial kitchen would be at the fairgrounds. Would these funds be able to help us set up the fairgrounds perhaps as a commercial kitchen where people could learn food skills and
So the microenterprise portion of the CDBG grant is specifically for classroom instruction time.
Okay.
So it may not be able to provide the kitchen itself, but it could provide for the instruction that takes place in the kitchen if that is something that Curry County decides to apply for in the future.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have 6C, Suicide Prevention and Awareness Council. Ms. Schmelzer?
Okay, the board passed a proclamation saying that September was Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month, and that proclamation also talked about establishing a council. So I have put together a draft ordinance of what that council would look like, who would serve on that, and I'm just looking for some feedback. If the board is okay with it as written, we would send it forward for first reading. it does take an ordinance to actually establish the council.
I have no problems with it, from what I've read.
Would you like a motion, Mr. Chair?
Well, first, have you, I mean,
To move it forward,
Sure.
if that's appropriate. Okay, so I'll move that we establish a Curry Suicide Council.
I have a second.
Sooner the better.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice,
Aye.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right.
Good work.
Next is 6D. This is the Docia Suite Hall re-roofing project. And I understand we have our board chair from the fairgrounds here. If we could step up to the microphone, sir, answer any questions we may have. Basically, for the last week or so, since I was at their workshop as the liaison for the county, they provided us with a set of plans for us to look at and inspect. If you had any concerns or questions about it, that
Did you study thoroughly on that?
I did actually.
Yeah, that's pretty technical. 4 pages.
But Mr. Shabante is here, and to answer any questions, and also maybe just kind of give a brief overview of the work to be done on those plans. And then we need to have those plans approved for this to move forward. Because of the time of year it already is, this will not get done now till spring. I believe the fair was hoping to have it done before the rains came, but due to some engineering delays in the plans, it had to be set back some.
Yeah, so a little bit of history is we've been having leaks in Docia Suite for quite some time now. There's been a number of attempts to try to locally get people within the county, contractors that can fix it and take care of it. And it's been a challenge due to the size of the project, and it's a big challenge to do that. So it came about where the city of Gold Beach has stepped up to help the fairgrounds and the event center, because they understand the importance of that facility to the county, the economics of it all. And we finally got some funding from them to help doing this. So with their help and assistance, and they've basically been pushing it through, is they use some engineers. That's why you see the big package stuff. This is an engineered package. It was put together with the assistance with the city. It's going to come through the process where we go out, put it out to bid. So we'll do an RFB or an RFQ, depends on however we want to do this here. So it's the importance of getting it done, and that's where we're at right now to see it. So with the city, we've been working on it to get this done. It's here now. We did get some delays, but we had to go back and forth because we were trying to make sure we do this one time, do it right, and irregardless of any future projects, that roof will be just okay and it'll serve its purpose.
Are there any questions?
Yep.
Mr.
If
Boice?
I may, Mr. Chair, the only thing I have is once they start construction, a project that big, usually you'll have a project coordinator, or at least, I hate to use the word inspector, but to make sure that, you know, I know this contractor comes with very high reputable, you know, recommendations, but almost on a weekly basis, just to follow through and make sure that they are doing precisely as the plans say, because that's a huge, huge project. So are you aware of that, or?
We've already addressed that issue.
Okay.
What we're going to do is have our building inspector actually go over and inspect the project as it begins, and then a couple of times during the project to go back
Maybe even
over
once a
and
week?
re-inspect it. Well, once it's opened up, you'll be able to pretty much see. I mean, they've already identified some dry rot areas underneath, some 2x that are going to, you know, from the sub-roofing and all that, that's going to have to be repaired. But until they peel it back and find out exactly what additional damage there may be, I think they've already identified a beam that needs to be replaced from rust. So.
And part of the bid process is that's going to be included, that they're going to have an expectation of unforeseen problems. Being a contractor myself, sometimes as soon as you open something, like, oh, there it is. So that will be set in there, as well as cleanup as well. So we're trying to do. So right now, what we're trying to do is approve the plans that's been engineered, so we can move forward the process. And then when the RFB or RFQ, however it's put out there, will be approved again, and then we'll get that process going.
Built correct me if I'm wrong, built in 1968? I had my first
I was a little
Nice little
younger
dance
then.
there that
I'm
year.
not quite sure.
Did they have dances back then?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And I was very well behaved, I can
But
assure
it's,
you.
yeah, it's been there a long time. It's served its purpose through generosity of the fair friends in the community. The Band-Aids have been holding for so long, and it's kind to go for the big approach.
So can I get a motion, please?
So move, Mr. Chair. We're just doing kind of a stage of the plans that we're approving today, correct? It's not the final plan?
Well, these are the final plans to
What I
approve
read
for the roof.
was a general one step forward to approving the final plans. I may have missed that. These are the final plans.
It's my understanding that this is the final, the engineering and planning part
Yes.
of it.
Okay, so my motion.
Everything's
Yeah,
pre-engineered.
they need to have this approval so they can put together the package, the bid package. And then we'll have the bid package with all the details as far as cost and precautions.
Well, thank you for coming today, Mr.
Sure.
Shabante. And that's on the assumption of be a spring start date. Is that what you're anticipating?
As soon as our last week of summer ends here, with all this beautiful weather, I would say it would be probably mid-spring.
So, Mr. Chair, I will send a motion to approve the plans as we've read for the repair of the Docia Suite Hall roof. Thank you.
And I'll second that with the assumption that you have lots of buckets for this winter.
Oh, we have pails everywhere, yes.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Yes?
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Moving on to 6E, Mr. Beyerlin, Lost Creek Lake Project Mitigation. If you would step up, sir, in case we have any questions. This is to extend the contract for Steve Beyerlin and the Lost Creek Dam and the entire Rogue River that Mr. Beyerlin, along with myself, council, have been working on. We entered into an agreement in April with Mr. Beyerlin to represent the county and provide consulting services to the county in regard to the work done on Lost Creek Lake and Dam mitigation project. And this order approving the contract, the order approving the contract, it limited the type of fish to be covered by the project, and the attached extends the contract and also covers all species of fish. Do you have any comments, Mr. Beyerlin?
Yes, the Steve Beyerlin Gold Beach. The Lost Creek Dam has had effect on all species of wildlife within the Rogue River, and the Corps of Engineers was supposed to mitigate for any impacts of the dam. We've been moving forward at a pretty rapid rate. It's been picking up steam. A lot of partners we've been talking to. We had just attended the Fish and Wildlife Commission hearing here in Gold Beach, which is rare for them to come to Gold Beach, but they did, and it was well attended. There wasn't much information I could give there, but the behind the scenes talking to the head of fisheries for ODF&W, who gave a nod to the direction we were going. We'll have to continue talks with him after he gets a chance to study it. You can't just hit somebody, without them being able to absorb it. But his view is the Corps of Engineers is extremely hard to work with, and they will not do anything unless forced to do. And so he's happy that somebody is stepping up to help them in that battle. And I'll be speaking with him hopefully this week. It's one of those things. He's in and out. It's going to be when we can get together. But to answer his questions from the documentation I gave him, I feel it's pretty imperative to be able to address all the issues of the dam and Rogue River restoration as we're speaking, and I'd kind of like to have that authority through the county.
Commissioner Gold?
You mentioned just a few minutes ago that all wildlife was affected. Did you mean just the fish or all wildlife?
Well, where I was going with that is the bugs. Fish eat bugs,
Oh, okay.
and the bugs were impacted. Anytime you build a dam, it changes the morphology of the river, and the
Okay.
type of feed that those bugs feed on to exist, and then And that is a problem, but it's not recognized by ODFW or anybody. But I do have a 1994 study from probably the top entomologist ever to work in the state of Oregon that said at that time that the types of moss or growth that's on the bottom that the little bugs eat disappears with the dam, and bigger weeds basically come in and have started growing in the river, which feed larger insects. So you still have abundance of insects, but in larger size. But the insects for the little guys, when they hatch, are a lot rarer, and so therefore they don't survive as well.
And that's what the fish eat, I take it?
Yeah, the
Okay.
little fish.
Thank you. I'm not a fisherman, so.
I would just like to make a comment to the public and let them know that Mr. Beyerlin has done unbelievable amount of research and work on this. I mean, I would literally say over the years, thousands of hours, hundreds of meetings, and to watch him and Council huddle to prepare for this. I just want to let everyone know that there's a lot going on with this. This affects every part of the economic development of this county. It affects not only the fishing, but it affects the businesses because we're not filling hotel rooms. We're not selling food in restaurants. Our guides have suffered. There's a lot that's going on with a lot of what Mr. Beyerlin has brought forward here. And I just want to say, sir, kudos to you for the work, and I commend you for the amount of research that you've done, because some of the documents this man has found, there was only one document in the country that they could find, and he found it. So just to let you know the amount of research that's been done here, and I fully commend you, sir. So
Could I make another comment?
Sure.
The outreach, I mean, how far this reaches out. There's 7 mitigation hatcheries the Corps runs in the state of Oregon. Every time the Corps builds a dam, there is usually mitigation from. The strongest mitigation agreement in the United States is the one on the Rogue River. First one written where a dam was built for fisheries. And they promised fisheries would improve, and fish would benefit, and that's not been the case. And they have not sought to do anything when fisheries declined, to fix it. So we're going to be looking into that. But this action or, thing that we're tackling here, we have lots of information. We're in good shape. Council Huddle's been doing a wonderful job of putting things together. But it extends way beyond Curry County,
Go, Commissioner Boice.
Thank you. Visited yesterday together with David Brock Smith and Senator Dallas Hurd. And so naturally the House Bill 2379 bill came up, and I'm happy. I didn't get a chance to call you yesterday, but I'm very happy to report they have every intention of working and pushing, because the more they look at that. Now there may need to be some slight amendments, as far as the county, Rogue Basin County participation, but even though we have a short session coming up, they think it is so legitimate to, as you just said, all of Southwest Oregon, not just Curry County. And I want to add to that real quick. I'm going to keep asking Jackson County to participate, and I think between us we can encourage them to do that. The only other thing I have at this time is he mentioned what kind of ologist there a minute ago. I missed that.
Entomologist.
I couldn't hear you.
What kind of ologist did you mention?
Entomologist.
Okay, I got it.
Commissioner Gold.
Just a couple of questions. I know this dam was put in many years ago. Have there ever been any complaints up to this point about the lack of the Corps of Engineers and the ODFW keeping their promises?
Certainly, and
But basically nothing's happened.
I've done it for many decades, It's like I explained to ODFW in front of the commission, is ODFW is between a rock and a hard place, and ODFW a lot of times when it comes to political or action, or they have to have support, and to do it. So they're not carrying the whole load. Somebody's got to spearhead it. They're not going to. They're not in a position they can't. Just by their bylaws and the laws say that they can't do certain things, and they can't lobby. They can't
Right.
do a lot of things going forward. But we can. And Senate Bill 2379 or House Bill 2379, what that is people don't know is that basically seeks for the legislature to supporting our action.
Okay.
And so, that, I
Council
lost
Hub?
track of my mind here, so.
That's okay. The way you asked your question, Commissioner Gold, was if there's a record of any complaints about the Corps and ODF and W. Actually, I think there's records of complaints of ODF and W criticizing the Corps and nothing happening. So again, the record on this is vast. It goes back decades. We're trying to basically take the record and turn it into something that's understandable, pull out the important parts and present those to decision makers. So, but there's a whole bunch to it. Probably, if you have any questions, come talk to me or Steve.
Okay, I won't, yeah, I just
Working
think
within
the
the
public needs to know that this is an ongoing problem, not just,
working within the economics of ODF&W, they have hatcheries around the state. There's only a few state hatcheries anymore. They've all been closed. So these large hatcheries that are attached to these mitigation projects like Lost Creek, they not only raise the salmon and steelhead mitigation and trout, but they also raise trout for all the lakes, Diamond Lake, Fish Lake, Howard Prairie, all of the lakes that people recreate at. Now, if the ODF&W was to lose being the contractors running those mitigation hatcheries, all of that trout production goes away. They're removed from the property, And if that goes away, that shuts down the trout population, trout stocking of most of the state, And so the ODF&W is very careful on how they step on the Corps' toes, and they have to have something solid moving forward.
so what you're saying is we're in a better position to step on their toes than ODF and W?
Exactly.
Mr.
Okay.
Beyerlin, if you would comment about the hatchery, the complaints that have been made about the hatchery over the years and no one believed, and then finally when you brought this, what happened?
Well, what happened is that there was reports of the number of fish that swam in the hatchery collection pond, and that's what ODF&W put forward as the amount of fish that came back, Well, wild fish swim into the ponds, and also jacks were not included in the spring chinook adults that were supposed to return. So they never backed those out. So the numbers of fish coming into the hatchery collection pond looked like it was much better than it was, But the legal document says it's 13,020 adult spring chinook returning to the hatchery. In the last 4 years, they've averaged about 3,000.
But the damages that were at the hatchery as well.
Yeah, there was, we came to Curry County with a letter no confidence and talked about that. That was our first step. Then we went to Josephine County, and why we were at Josephine County, because of meeting here at Curry County and we're attending Josephine County. Before we had the meeting, the Corps of Engineers flew a task force of people to Lost Creek Hatchery. And they showed up and they were at Lost Creek Hatchery while we were in the meeting at Josephine County, And they walked around and found a whole list of problems with the hatchery that needed to be fixed. I believe they wrote a check for $5 million on the spot to fix those emergency repairs. The hatchery needs to be modernized. And 4 years ago, ODF&W told the Corps of Engineers that the water intake system is purified by filters going into the egg incubation and whatnot was polluted and needed to be fixed 4 years ago. Today, it's still not fixed. The hatchery staff actually took in on their own, because they just started taking eggs for this year. On their own, they went in and ran white PCV pipe around the filter system so they could get water that wasn't going in there. And it's interesting to see that the valves they took off of the filter system, the old filter system, the valve sits high in the system, and it was full of gunk and mold halfway across the valve, which means everything below that was gunk and mold, And so they just piped around it. The Corps of Engineers has said, well, we're studying it, see if we get funding, blah, blah,
And I think they lost about a third of their smolt.
They lost over 1 million smolt, or eggs, this year. And this is another year they won't have enough to release,
So it sounds like there's been a little bit of fudging going around, huh?
Well, there's an interesting statement that come from on the hatchery mitigation programs for all of the mitigation for the state from ODF&W. It's a paragraph, and it basically says the Corps will not work with them, and basically the Corps says that take what we give you and sit down and shut up. You know?
Okay.
So do I have a motion, please?
Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Commissioner.
thank you. Coal Rivers Fish Hatchery, and that was completed in Should I move my mic?
Yeah, you're kind of
My
quiet
tie's
there.
slippery. When it was completed in 1977, this end of the state was so proud of what that offered and the importance of the entire project. I want you to mention again, if you wouldn't mind, to the citizens so that they can understand the impact of what you said about the seven, and you explained this to me a couple of years ago, I think, but the seven major dams in the state of Oregon, the strictness, the requirements, the guidelines on Coal Rivers Fish Hatchery. Number one, I think you said. So I want that kind of to sink in, how important that is, and the leverage I believe it should give us and give certainly at the legislative process. And so do you want to speak just a little more on that, make sure I'm repeating it correctly?
On Lost Creek, it's an interesting process because it started in 1935. And then during the war, it was, shut down to talk about it. But 1955 flood came along, and it wiped out a lot of homes and a lot of damage. And when they did that in '56, they started going on the dam again. Had a big meeting in Grants Pass, 400 people attended. And at that meeting, it was decided that they would move forward with the project, but no flood control project was acceptable that harmed fisheries. So it was basically a no harm thing. And that followed every document through until the project was completed. The dam has two equal rights that are at the top, two priorities. One is flood control and the other one's fisheries. Flood control is in the winter, fisheries in the summer and the rest of the time. It's the only dam that I know of that has the majority of the water right from the dam is to fisheries. Can't be used for irrigation or municipal or whatever. And so we have all of the data and the legal parts of it. A regular dam, fisheries might have been down the list number 10 or so, or recreation or whatever, but Lost Creek, it's at the top, and so when the Corps looks at the dam and the operation, it should say, okay, what's it doing for flood control? Oh, it's working fine, it's doing good for us, what's it doing for fisheries? They're not looking at that, they're not paying attention. And they did not even have the documentation that told them how to manage the dam until we sent it to them. They emailed me and asked for it.
That amazes me as well, that, they don't even have their own documentation. You had to send it to them, so.
But they've had time now to read that documentation, and I've had no contact back from them, But where we're going, I'm kind of leap here just a little bit. Where we're want to go here, Council Huddle and Commissioner Paasch, and I've talked to Commissioner Boice, is we're going to hopefully, once we get kind of our ducks in a row here, and we're moving down that road pretty quickly, is to call a round table, and it needs to be a public meeting where all county commissioners can attend, and we'll have Jackson, Josephine, and Curry County, and any commissioner who wants to attend can, there'll be a public audience, it should be televised, and we'll invite the Corps engineers, staff, ODF&W, and any pertinent people that want to sit on the task force and the board to be able to talk. Public, in my view, would have the ability to make some comment, but basically it'd be between the panel that's there,
Commissioner Boice?
I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready, Mr. Chair.
I think we're ready.
Move that we accept and approve this contract extension of the project mitigation for the Lost Creek Reservoir. It's an honor to make that motion, sir.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice.
Yes.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Next, we have F is special districts, requesting contribution, Chetco Library District. And I have a public comment here from Richard Throde. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Richard Thode, Gold Beach. Before I start this morning, I would like to commend Commissioner Boice, excuse me, for spending his own time to pilot the jet boat up the river without too many concerns of the veterans not being able to make it back. Excellent job. But to spend your own time an
We
effort
got
to
'em all
do
back.
this. To
I
spend
heard
your
3
own
were
time-
missing.
To spend your own time and effort to do this is, for the veterans
Thank
of
you.
this county, is commendable, and I, as a veteran, appreciate it.
One of the biggest honors I've ever had.
I'm here today as a taxpayer, a veteran, and a member of Curry County Budget Committee. During this year's budget meetings, I noticed that we have 48 special tax districts that the county is charged with collecting and passing on the funds. The county has no way to pass on the cost of doing so, and this cost is shared by all county residents. The loss of SRS funds will undoubtedly create more future financial hardships for the county. We have all had issues with day-to-day expenses, especially the veterans in this county trying to get consistent health care. I'm here today not to criticize the 2 special districts I've reviewed at this point, but merely wish out to point some inequities. I feel I should open the dialogue with the county commissioners and the general public in an effort to make the county more financially solvent in the future and still maintain the quality and quantity of service our county residents expect to receive. I do not have any specific ideas on how to solve this, but I do know I looked at 2 districts. One was Southwestern Oregon Community College, has a tax base of 0.7017 for $2,137,803 in 2018-2019. The Chetco Public Library was established, the tax rate was established in 1990 for future building, maintaining the operation of the library. The tax rate was 0.4256 on a tax base of $286,000. In 2018-2019, the county tax roll indicated they received $786,271.13. Basically, they have a current projected reserve fund of over $2.6 million. And I think I want to make sure that I am not here directing my research or comments in any way being derogatory toward the library and the board. In closing, I would just say I think libraries are very much important to the communities, but the taxing district issue has to be looked at in the future further. So,
Thank you, sir. And I would invite the library, Chetco Library, because we are specifically speaking of about this issue. If you would like to come up to the podium, I welcome you to. If you'd just like to sit there, that would be fine as well. I'd just like to make it clear as well, and thank you for your comments, Mr. Thode. As I so appreciated the library board hearing, myself and Ms. Schmelzer went there last week, and we appreciated your time to hear what I had asked. And again, I want to reiterate, we're not here as an adversary. We are here as I guess part of our job is to look at the finances of the county and how, I don't want to say how they're best spent, but how best to manage them. I haven't had a chance because we have to in public meetings do this, so I guess we'll air some of this out to the other commissioners now. But during our meeting, we did go through some of the line items in your filings with the county, and yes, there is well in excess of 7 figures in your cash reserves in the bank. I guess some of the biggest problems for me in this is, you know, this district was created, and I think wisely so, as I believe all the districts were created when they were created initially. They were created for a reason, and there was a good reason for doing that, or the voters wouldn't have voted for them. I think as time goes on, though, things change, and I think we need to be ready and willing to make those changes. The area in Brookings Harbor has grown immensely over the rest of rural Curry County. So the district dollars that you receive have grown at a far greater rate than the district dollars or the taxing based dollars that Curry County receives. So it's because it's become so much more populated. So I think if we were back in 1991 and the people that wrote this in 1991 could have seen how that growth happened, they might have had foresight to maybe say, you know, if this happens in 20 years or 30 years, perhaps we could do this. So this is the kind of language that, you know, I'm looking for and hopes that the library board would consider as I would our board of commissioners to look at some of the districts and how much money they receive and possibly either doing a reduced rate for a period of time or as Ms. Schmelzer has looked into along with county council, how we can either reduce a district down and or a district can make a donation back to the general fund of the county. Like has been talked about broadly in these meetings, SWAC receives 2.1 million and change. This county receives, the entire county receives 1.8 million. Something's wrong there. For the amount of services we receive, a college district that basically graduated, I want to say 30 students last year, and a lot of those were not full degrees, they were partial degrees, gets more money than the entire county to pay our bills. It's just not right. And again, I'm not picking on the library district. Please don't take it that way. But I am hopeful that you will see that. I believe if the four writers of this district could see the growth that was going to come into Brookings, and as I would hope your board would see, that there could be some donation given back to the county and or a reduction in the district. I've been told we should raise taxes, and that's been bantered around in the county for years and years. If we doubled our taxes, we couldn't still meet, the county could not meet its current debt. Because of the way that the county is structured. I believe that this board has been very frugal in its spending. We've had a few emergencies this year that we had to take care of that were, I believe, in my opinion, were neglected in past years. But again, when you look at a county trying to run the entire fund of this county on 1.8 million, and a school district, or I'm sorry, a college district as SWAC gets over $2 million. And again, I'm not picking on you, but a library gets $786,000. So you get almost half of, a library gets almost half, what is it, 38% of what the entire general fund of the county gets. And I just hope that the library board can see that. I don't want to say it raises red flags, but it raises pause for concern. And I guess for right now, I'll stop there and let the other commissioners have comment. Commissioner Gold?
John, before you have the speaker, go first maybe?
I'm okay hearing their comments, so I can then maybe respond to them if that's okay. Yeah.
I've got quite a few comments actually, because when I saw this, I was rather surprised. I was concerned that it had not been brought to the board before contacting the library. I'll give you copies of my comments. So that was my first concern. Number two, I'm really not sure it's legal. The district boards have a fiduciary responsibility to voters in that district to make sure their funds are spent in a way that the voters intended when the districts were formed. 3, funds going to special districts should be dedicated for that district and its function. Okay, I looked online, and online Josephine County formed a library district in 2017. And I'm just going to quote a couple of things because I think it's kind of apropos for this library district. The first quote said, "A library district is an independent public entity, independent of county government. All library taxes will go only to the library for the library services, not to county government." B, having a library district instead of a levy ensures that the taxes collected go to the library district to be used only for libraries rather than other county business. In addition, as a district, the libraries are administered by the Library District Board rather than the county commissioners. Okay, so really, as I see it, your funds, the library funds, come from two sources. First, bequests from individuals that were meant for the library and its functions. I personally know of one individual that donated close to $1 million. And the only reason I know that is because I was the chair of an entity that was a recipient of about that same amount at that time. I won't even name the source. But I also know that a number of people, when they die, bequest big sums to the library. Is that true?
That happens occasionally. I don't know in the recent history of that happening with Chetco for a large donation, a very large donation.
Okay.
Maybe a couple of times, but not
Okay,
huge
the
bequests.
donation I'm referring to was probably about 10, 15 years
Yeah,
ago.
maybe. I don't know
Yeah.
about it then.
Okay, also another source of your income is property tax that was approved by the voters to fund the library and not the county. 6, the way to lower the amount of property tax that the library district has is to, 1, the library board could put a ballot measure on to lower that tax rate permanently. Or 2, the voters, if they're unhappy with what's going on, they could put forth a referendum and thereby put it on the ballot, and then the voters decide on lowering that tax rate. Then the county, if your tax rate were lowered, that doesn't guarantee that the county is going to get that money. The only way the county can get money is by putting forth a ballot measure to increase the property tax rate, maybe getting tax assessments caught up, that would be helpful. Getting bequests from individuals, I haven't heard of that happening. Increasing fees. Other types of taxes are put forth for the voters to approve, and possibly further economic development. That's how I see it. And I'm really not in favor of going around to special districts asking for contributions simply because those districts were formed and they get money that should be dedicated for the purposes that those districts were formed for. So that's my statement.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't have a formal statement prepared, so let me just say, before I say anything else, that I don't speak for the library board.
Could you identify yourself?
Sure.
please?
Julie Rutherford. I'm the director of the Chetco Community Public Library District. So I'm not speaking for the board. I'm kind of speaking, having thought about it, but not having prepared anything. So I completely appreciate the county's financial position. I, as a member of the community and as a member of a district that exists to serve this community, I would love for the library to help. But I do agree with Sue, and that I'm not sure about the legality of us giving money to the county. I have specifically spoken to Special Districts Association of Oregon, to our legal counsel, to attorneys at SDAO, to the Oregon Library Association's legislative body, and various other entities and other library districts that have been through similar things. And the consensus is that we cannot take money that was dedicated to us by our taxpayers and give it to another entity. It doesn't matter what that entity is. And so as the director, and again, I'm not speaking for the board, I know that they want to have a formal request from the board, the entire commissioners, before they have a formal response. But I'm not in favor of it, just because I think our allegiance is to the taxpayers and how they wanted us to use those funds.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
No,
I'm
okay. Well, I'll just say that I do think I recognize that we get a lot of money. We get a decent amount of money from the taxpayers, and a well-funded library is something for a community to be very proud of, and we can do very great things. And the Brookings Library is frequently referred to as a gem of our community, and I think that's accurate. We provide a lot of services and ongoing programs and education, and for all age groups. So I know you guys know the value of libraries, but I do just want to defend that. We use the funds well. And in particular with the reserve fund, that is a fund that has been specifically created and built up as a library improvement fund. That is specifically designated and can only be used for library and facilities. And we have ongoing, upcoming projects. That is not just free-floating money that we're waiting for a rainy day to use. We have a 26-year-old building that has never had any major work done to it. So we have carpet and roofs and parking lots and sidewalks, and we don't have enough meeting space, so we're looking at adding on to our building, and there's constant things that we're looking at how we can better serve the community through those funds. So I just want to say that I appreciate the need for funds coming from this community. I just don't think that approaching special districts is the appropriate way to do so.
Council, could you comment on, have you done research on the, if it's a legal issue or not, as to being able to take money from a district and give it to the county?
Just very, very general. And the general principles are, I think, agreed to by what you're saying. Your district has assessed its taxpayers to carry out functions that are identified. That being said, if there's a benefit, you know, to the functions that you're identifying by an exchange or a donation of funds to the county that will fulfill or further the goals of the district, that to me would be legal. And then there's a statute, Chapter 190 ORS, it's about intergovernmental agreements, which again, in broad terms, says that any two governments can get together and agree to perform the functions that any one of them can function alone. So really, it really matters what the details are. So when you said your board is waiting to just hear a specific proposal, I think in general, it's not illegal in general, but it would just depend on the details of the specific proposal.
Yeah, and we're never opposed to partnerships, and to if there is an appropriate way for us to have an intergovernmental agreement, if the funds that we are contributing to that are appropriate to library services. I think that is where our sticking point is. My sticking point. Again, I'm saying our, but I don't want to speak for the board.
Ms. Schmelzer?
One thing that I think the public doesn't understand when it comes to how the county interacts with the districts is you have an assessment team, the county assessor's office, who goes out and assesses properties, and you have the tax collector who collects those taxes, and you have a treasurer who, you know, records money and does the deposits, etc. And they don't charge the districts, so it keeps costing the county money to help the districts, but they get nothing back for the services they're giving the districts. So
It's a requirement.
Pardon me?
Just a
Yeah, it's just a requirement that we provide that as a service, which we're not objecting to. But we are sitting here saying, how do we pay? How do we pay for these services that we're giving the districts? And is there a way we can get some of that money back so we can continue to function? We're so far behind on our assessments. We don't have the staff in there to do the proper assessments right now. So we're sitting there saying, how do we fund these staff people that can help the districts, that can help the community? And it's like a vicious cycle that we're stuck in the middle on, and it's how do we fund for how do we account for that? How do we pay for that? So we're just trying to uncover
Sure,
every
and I don't know
stone
the ins and outs of all of that, but I believe that there is a way to charge for those services, that there might be a cap on how much you can charge, but if that's an avenue for you guys to pursue, that's fine. That then, if you're allowed to and can charge us a certain amount, then that's a different conversation for county services.
Commissioner Boice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You showed a lot of courage on this program. Part of our job, and you articulated it very well, is to search and search to see how we can hold the county together. Yes, that sounds desperate. That's not what I mean, but we know what we're up against here. In kind of the general and the broad view of our county and the diversity, if you go from Langless down to Harbor, it's pretty amazing, the contrast. Brookings is, thank goodness, incredibly healthy. Mm-hmm. If I had my way, I would be spending time on natural resource issues 100% of the time. I've said, and I think you've heard me repeat, you could build the county back without too much growth on Curry General Hospital, certainly South Coast Lumber, BC Fisheries, Port of Port Orford, tourism. Who am I leaving out here? The point is this, coming back to natural resources, we have to help South Coast Lumber find green trees. They're in a serious competitive market throughout the Northwest, even the Western United States. And I think they're incredibly well managed and in fact are quite healthy right now. But just a worst case scenario, and I'm not anticipating this or projecting under any circumstances, but just for example, if South Coast Lumber closed their doors, there would be no need for a road department. There would be no need for a library. I know that sounds drastic. Fred Meyer would close their doors because people would move out. As you know, directly, South Coast Lumber employs 500 people. Where I'm going with this is that we have to have that long-term vision. We have to look and say, okay, how can, I'm not necessarily agreeing with Commissioner Gold or you or the process, but I respect and appreciate that you took the time and then what you contributed there. And oh my goodness, yes, when you start talking about the legalities, the hardest part of my job has been to try and move our legislation forward, and yet there's always a reason why it can't be done. And the blocks, you know, the roadblocks, excuse me, the fences, the bureaucracy at all levels, city, county, state, federal. So I'll just, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I'll just conclude with this. We have to look at everything. And I'm proud of the library. Yes, you need a new parking lot and you need a bigger, when DeFazio was there a month ago, I mean, you had to walk a quarter mile, which is a good thing. And we have Jeremy Skinner here from Curry Public Library. We need to recognize him, if you indulge me, Mr. Chair, Librarian of the Year, so we're going to support you for that in the next 2 years.
Okay,
Thank you. So yes, we just have to look everywhere we possibly can.
Commissioner Gold?
I just had one other comment. There was put forth by the legislature a bill that would charge the district a certain percentage, the districts a certain percentage for administrative fees. I think that bill died, but I think that would be an important thing to support. So that would be the right avenue to go.
Commissioner Boice?
Mr. Chair, thank you. You know, travel in this issue as a county, I spent some of my own money to get to Salem to testify for that bill to benefit our assessor and the issues and the requirements and the roadblocks, the responsibilities of counties that you just communicated there. And of course, travel was an issue back in those days, and so that's why we have to be in Salem, and that door is still open, but it's going to require one of the three of us to make a concerted effort to get there and testify before these different committees. And we'll be benefiting all rural counties if we can possibly get that bill through. And I think it was collecting 2%, maybe it's 1.5% from all the taxing districts, which would be a large sum of money. Thank you for being up on that potential. That's all I have now.
Again, I just want to reiterate that I'm not here as an adversary. We are trying to look at everything in this county and how we can either reduce, consolidate, or put our money to, at best, to work for us. So that was my whole reason for coming to see your board last week. This board was fully aware that I was planning to do that, as it has been aware that that this commissioner has been looking into all the special districts for several months, and it has been a large part of my weekly schedule. So I thank you for coming to the meeting, and at this point I don't think we are ready to make a formal offer. I think this is the beginning stages, but I did want to make sure that the board understood what took place in the meeting and what we spoke to your board about, and then perhaps we can maybe plan a workshop here in the near future with the board to discuss this further, as we are going to be discussing all the special districts in the county. I just want to show one thing real quick, and it's very hard to see because it's not color, but this is the pie chart for the county. And again, everybody says, well, raise property taxes. Well, Curry County gets 6.52%. So for every dollar we raise, we get 6 cents, 6.5 cents.
Outside the districts.
$1,800,000 this county gets for everything other than the districts. So I think it's imperative that this county look at all the districts, this board look at all the districts and have meetings with all of them and make some clear decisions to inform the public. And then we will let the public decide how they would like to best approach that, because at that point it's out of our hands. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you have something else?
No, that's okay. Actually, if you're going to have a workshop, then I think my question and comment would be more appropriate during that time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I will be going on with special districts in our next agenda item, but we need to take a 10-minute recess, so we will reconvene at 10:15.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's gonna benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is and what separates it from many of the other places in North America.
All right, we are back in. It is 10:17 on September 18th, 2019. Next on the agenda will be G, special districts, when there is no quorum. Ms. Schmelzer.
Okay, we have, as you heard, we have about 4 dozen districts, and we recently had a case where we don't have enough members for the district board. So we were asked to actually advertise to 4 members for that board. In my research, and council can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a section in the statutes that allows for the dissolution of a district if the district at the time of a regular district election has not elected district board members. So the conversation I want to have with the board is, when we don't have sufficient members to fill a board, do we want to continue to extend county resources advertising these positions and doing appointments, or do we want to choose to, if we have the ability to dissolve the districts at that time, to dissolve the district?
Commissioner Gold?
The question I would have would be is we would have to probably advertise to that district that we're thinking of doing this and giving them sufficient time to get a board together. And if they don't do so, then I would think that we could go ahead and dissolve it. But we would have to give sufficient time for that district, whatever it is, to get their act together, so to speak.
You know, I think that's a legal question. I know the way I read the statutes, it doesn't say that. I mean, I'm sure we'd want to give a notice that we're doing it.
Oh, exactly.
But
what statute are you reading?
You knew he was going to ask that.
Yeah, 198.920.
I think, again, this is getting back to our conversation a while ago. It's time for this board to reassess the way the county's districts are set up. If we can consolidate some districts, if there are some districts that are no longer needed, we can remove those districts. If we can look at the tax rate and benefit for each district, is it truly a benefit and a need for that district? These are answers that the public will have to give to this board through a vote, probably, on a lot of it. But it's time that we address the issues and bring them out. Let's talk about them, because I would venture to say that 90% of our public in this county doesn't know how the districts operate in this county, how much money they get, and how they spend their money. And I think it's time that we at least bring this out again and look at it, so that we can make sure that our dollars are best spent. We had, until a few months ago, we had a sheriff's department that the criminals in South County knew wasn't on the road between midnight and 6 a.m., so they could do whatever they want to do. I just can't imagine those kind of security issues for this county, and some of the shortfalls that we face, like Director Schmelzer was just saying. We can't even get
Are you mic'd?
It fell off.
Gotcha.
I had it, it fell off. I got a slippery tie like you. We can't even get our assessments up to date because our assessor's office is on bare bones. Our planning department, I mean, until the last few months, so much of our county services that we are mandated, well, not mandated, but we're supposed to perform, haven't been performed because of loss of revenue for the county. We've had to strip it to bare bones. And we're finally trying to get those things back in motion again. And in order to fund it, like I said before, things change. And I'm sure when these districts were formed, there was good intent and there were viable reasons for doing it. But things have changed, and I just think it's time that the board relooks at all of this and at least gets it out as information to the public so that the public can make a decision. Commissioner Gold?
I think I'm going to reiterate that I think it's important that we go through the right process. The public does need to be educated, and then it's up to the public to determine whether or not they want those districts. There are ways to get rid of those districts, number one. Number two, there are ways to lower the tax rates. But bottom line, the only way the county can get money is to go to the voters and put a ballot measure on there, and they have to determine whether the tax rate is increased by the county or for the county.
I guess my point for putting it on the agenda is just to have that general discussion. If they don't, I don't want to say don't care, but if the people in that district don't vote or have people on their board, the county then is begging people to come and serve on that board. Why not just dissolve it? If they don't care enough to have people on that board or elect people to that board, why are we pushing to make sure those boards are full? If we have the ability to dissolve a district when they don't have a board, should we exercise that right?
And the ORSs are very clear on that, excuse me, Commissioner, but the ORSs are very clear on that, you know, the dissolution process for districts and consolidation is very clear. So, you know, these are things, again, I agree with you. I don't think that we should be having to bang on people's doors. You ask for the district to be formed, it was formed, the voters formed it. Again, maybe the district is no longer necessary, or you don't care enough about that district anymore to put a board in place or management in place to run that board, then let's dissolve the district. Why waste the taxpayers' money and the county's money and time to keep that district open? Commissioner Boice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I heard you say, though, dissolve the district. You mean dissolve the board? Dissolve the district.
It's dissolve the district. It says if
Taxing district. I need to do a little more homework, I guess.
198.920.
Good job. Well, thank you. Dissolve the taxing district, which, back to your point, everything we do costs money to try and, you know, my first thought is, okay, we'll carry the load. We'll figure out a way to do that. Well, we might end up in 2-3 years doing it for half the taxing districts if they can't put boards together. You know, I'm a little sensitive to most people out there that volunteer, they are already volunteering, and then you have the families that they just want to get their electric bill paid and make sure their kids get to school on time. And so I don't have an answer, but I appreciate that we're having the discussion. It does go along with what we talked and the subjects earlier today with the taxing districts. Yeah, I think the answer is a statewide legislation that would get us a small percentage of the taxing district funds coming back to the county. That's not a original idea from us, you know, but it is. The assessors have certainly worked on that. As far as you know, our responsibility in the legislative, the judiciary, and executive, there's some things we can do and have to do. And again, it's like I said earlier today, every time we do make a tough decision, then we are subject to, okay, is that legal? Is that possible? Wait, you know, all those things. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything to really offer in building here, unfortunately, but I'll put some thought into it.
And I want to say the ORSs are very clear. If the public would like to look these up, again, Ms. Schmelzer referred to 198.920. And there are procedures, as Commissioner Gold said, which I'm not blind to those procedures. We have looked them up. 568.450 is a procedure for consolidating a district. 568.481 is initiating procedures for initiating a dissolution of a district. And then ORS 568.491 is termination of boards in districts. So there are ways, and yes, there are laws that we have to follow to do this. Again, we're not trying to stomp out any district right now. We're trying to just bring this out to the public to let them know that it is a concern of mine that the districts in this county were formed for a reason. If they're not wanting to keep that district by not even being able to seat a board, then perhaps we need to look at dissolving the district and notifying that district that we're considering doing that if they don't seat a board within so many days. I don't know if that's the approach we should take, but that's an approach. But also there are districts that were formed that receive a tax base that maybe it's time to re-examine the amount of tax they get, because again, I'm not picking on the library, but that taxing district has grown at a much faster rate than the rest of the county and some of the other districts. So perhaps they could take a small reduction in their amount of tax base that they get on an annual basis, and that money could go back to the sheriff's department, or forming something to solidify our law enforcement and protection for the citizens of this county, and just paying the general bills of the county. So those are just things that we're talking about here. Commissioner Gold?
Those are great ideas. I'm not discounting those ideas, but bottom line, if a tax district is dissolved, where does the money go that went to that district? It goes back to the taxpayers. Bottom line, if the tax rate is lowered in any of the districts, where does that money go? It goes back to the taxpayers, not to the county. So we have to go to the voters on all of these issues, really.
And I understand that, and I've been saying this over and over again for months. I've been saying, I understand we have to go to the voters. All I'm trying to say is we can't go to the voters until we know what we're going to go to the voters with. And could we go to the voters with, yes, we'd like to reduce SWAC's tax rate? Yes. And could it be identified as going to the sheriff's department to fund the sheriff's department? And a two-part question. I don't know the legalities of that, and that's why we employ a county council, to look at crossing the T's and dotting the I's before we make a move.
Okay, my question on that is, I don't think it's our purview to go to the voters to tell them, hey, we want to dissolve this district, and then, hey, the second part of this is we want that money to go to the county. I don't know that that's legal. I think what they're going to have to do, their boards, they'll have to go to the voters and say, we want to lower the tax rate. That's part of it. Then the next part is, then the county goes to the voters and says, we want to up your tax rate, and then the logical reasoning would be, hey, it's lowered here, now we can ask you for more here.
We don't need a district to go to the voters and ask them to lower their tax rate. The board can go to the voters
Right,
with a measure,
exactly.
with a measure to lower that tax rate.
That's what I just said, or at least I thought I said.
In this particular case, this district that initiated this discussion, it's not a big revenue generating district. It's more of, the clerk's office is involved, notifying legal and the Board of Commissioners office that they don't have enough members. JJ goes out, he puts out the ads, we take the applications, we do the appointments, it's just added steps, added work, added money for a district that doesn't, again, I hate to use the word care, but care enough to elect a board. So in those types of districts, should we exercise our right to dissolve them if we legally can? And that's a question for council, of course, but do we want to pursue that? Do we want to continue this discussion after we have more information?
Commissioner Gold?
I would support that simply because we would be saving administrative fees. I wouldn't have a problem with that as long as the people in that district were notified ahead of time that this is what might happen.
So could we direct council to make sure that what we are talking about is completely legal in the state, and that the process we're going through to do that is the proper process before we move forward on that?
Let's give them a little time on that, right? Is that what you're recommending?
By lunch, you think?
Oh.
Well, if I could, I was
Richard
looking at a
Dozier.
different dissolution section. Apparently, there's more than one way to dissolve a district. The one I was looking at was if a district, for a period of 3 years, fails to perform their functions, which is collecting the money and distributing it, the DOR lets us know, and then we can go through a dissolution process. But the 198-920, it says that it may be initiated by a county, and it says if the district at the time of regular district election has not elected district board members. The district we're talking about, from what I understand, did elect the district board members. They've all just resigned, and then we can appoint them by seeking people. And we did that with the port of, I think, Brookings Harbor. They had either a recall or a resignation. And so we basically, canvassed for candidates and appointed some candidates, and we only had to appoint up to, a couple of members till they got a quorum, and then they went ahead and did their business. So I don't know that our ability to engage in the dissolution procedure that we're talking about here with the district we're talking about, who did elect their members, but their members resigned. I think the way I read this, it says if at the time of regular district election has not elected board members. So I don't think we could do this until they failed to elect people at the next election under 198-920. That being said, then we initiate a petition, it goes to them, they certify all their costs and things, but then we end up being the board of trustees for that district and doing all the work of that district to basically marshal the assets and distribute them. And then the question is, when I read down to 198-955, disposition of assets, it says that the funds shall be distributed to each taxing unit. It says in each year that the county receives surplus funds for the credit of the district, the funds in any account in excess of $6,000 retained by the county for administration shall be certified to the assessor and shall be disposed of as provided under the following paragraphs as selected by the county assessor, and then the assessor decides how to dispose them. They can be offset per a rule with the Department of Revenue, or they could be credited to each property appearing on the tax roll. So the assessor can give basically the taxpayers back the money that would have been done to that. So again, the biggest issue I see for us, Director Schmelzer was saying it's administratively burdensome and costly for us to go through the process of appointing the replacements to the vacancies to keep the district operating. I think there's also a corresponding administrative burden to us to go through the dissolution procedure and act as a board of trustees where we're actually doing all the work of the district. So it's something the board can do, but you just want to look at the ins and outs, and then ultimately it says the assessor has the authority to choose how the money's distributed.
You glad you asked?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
So what I'd like to do is looking forward is to plan to look at all the districts in the county and the possibility of keeping them at what they're currently at, and or consolidating some of the districts into one, like I'm gonna get emails for this too, but like the school districts, why can't we consolidate the school districts into one district with a superintendent and a principal for each school? There are ways to save the county money, and I know the voters have voted on this, and again, I know we'll have to go to the voters to make the changes, but it's time, I think, that the county looks at the tax distribution of the tax dollars. Everyone says, I don't want to raise taxes, but yet we have to do something to pay the bills of the county. I think it's time that we look at the property tax distribution of this county, how it's distributed, and possible changes and recommendations that we can make to the voters for them to vote on. So I would like to move forward with that, and I would just like its consensus from the board to at least do that, to continue to look forward on the districts and consolidation and or dissolution, or at least, again, looking at each district and what they receive, and either being consistent with that or making a change to it. Commissioner Boice?
You have my support on the general direction that you just proposed there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Gold?
I know I'm a thorn in the side today, but we can make recommendations.
That's all we're doing.
That's fine. But demanding that things change, we can't do that.
If I may?
Commissioner Boice?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, were you finished?
I'm done. That's okay.
Commissioner Boice?
So I just need clarification. Commissioner Gold's position is that we don't need to review this in any future date.
No, that's not my position.
Thank you. Can you clarify then? I want to make sure I understand what you're in opposition to.
No, my position is we can make recommendations to those districts, and then it's up to them and the voters to determine if they want to take those recommendations. It's not up to us to determine what they're going to do.
I don't think that's what you proposed, Mr. Chair, but maybe you could clarify the direction, consensus, as you put it,
well,
like the board to go, so that we have some look at the future and where and how we might be able to address this whole agenda item again.
I think what I'm proposing is that we continue to look at the special districts in this county and the property tax distribution between those districts. And again, I want to use an analogy. You know, why do we buy a new computer? Because our old computer software is kind of worn out, or it's changed enough that it needs to be updated. It's the same with these districts. It's the same with everything in life. These districts were created for a great reason. It's like we make amendments to our Constitution because our life and the direction that this country is going has changed. These districts were created for a reason, and now some of these districts have grown to a point that they, in my opinion, are receiving some excess money that could be taken back into the tax distribution of the county and used more wisely. Again, will this have to go to the voters? Yes, it will, but I am asking this board to continue to look at the tax distribution of the districts in this county and either look to consolidate, to dissolve, and or at each district to make sure that they are performing as best tax dollars are spent.
I'm assuming then you, if I may?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm assuming that you are proposing a workshop with full public participation.
Yes.
That's all we need to know. Thank you. In my view, that's all we need to know.
Yes.
Do we have full board consensus on that?
I'm fine with that as long as we realize that it's just recommendations. We cannot dictate what the districts do.
I haven't heard the slightest proposal towards any kind of dictating.
Well,
so,
I'm kind of hearing fringes of that, so.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
thank you. That's all I have on it then. All right, so we're going to move on to credit card policy. Ms. Harvey, Finance Director. Good morning.
Good morning, Commission. Director Schmelzer and Council Huddle.
There you go.
Short people. So I'm going to be talking to you today about two opportunities. The first of which is a credit card policy. The objective of this one is to help the department heads in accomplishing their responsibilities for each of their departments by enabling them to be able to access the resources that they need through a fiscally prudent, consistent process that facilitates internal control and oversight for county purchasing. My first week here, I was asked to draft a policy for credit card policies, for credit card purchases, to help us have that be consistent between the departments. And this is the draft. In preparing this draft, I used other counties and the state policies as an example. I met with my staff internally, and then we presented it to your department heads and asked for feedback. Once we collected that feedback, we presented it to your Director of Operations, and then she okayed forwarding it on to our council. And then it was presented to council. There were modifications made along the way. So if you've seen it before, you'll notice today that it's a little bit different. It also has attached a draft procedure for the finance department of how we will process and oversight for us for managing those cards.
Okay.
So I just want to add that earlier this year, the board did direct the finance office to come up with a credit card policy. And if you recall, the board said no more, can't issue any more credit cards until we have a policy in place.
Right.
So right now we do have some areas that don't have credit cards. And I know, for example, in our office, we borrow economic development's credit card to make purchases.
And a lot of them are expiring this month too.
Has the board read this policy that's in the package?
I would hope.
I've read it, and I don't have any problem with it at all. I think it's clear and concise. I also think that the direction you took on it is well thought. And again, I think it's up to a lot of the department heads to make sure that anyone under them, including us, anyone that is under us, is accountable for anything that they spend money on. And we should have to approve, per the policy, those purchases.
I want to mention that was a big point of the way that I developed this policy. It retains control with our elected officials and department heads, but it also developed a tool for a credit card agreement so that the individuals using the cards were held responsible for managing it and controlling it effectively, securing it.
So do you need approval?
Pardon?
Do you need approval today? This is listed under an action item.
Yes.
So I'll move that we accept Finance Director Harvey's credit card policy as is in our packet.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice.
Aye.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, next we have
Thank you.
Did
new
you have
job.
something else?
Pardon?
Did you have a second item?
It's
Yes.
just that's what I'm calling out
I'm
right
sorry.
now. Next we have new job description and program office assistant, work experience, extra help, Sharlyn Harvey.
I'm really excited about this opportunity. So one of the things I noticed when I started here, because I wear two hats, finance director and human resource director, is that we are not able to fill positions in a county that is also not have a lot of opportunities for employment. And I was puzzled by that. We started looking at a lot of the applications that we were receiving. And many of the individuals applying just don't meet the minimum qualifications, and yet they're very personable. They're very intelligent individuals, and they just have either gaps in their work history or gaps in the skill sets of what would help them meet our minimum qualifications. So I started reaching out to our veterans employment officers, to our SWAC job coordinator, our TANF representatives, and WorkSource Oregon, and we partnered together to discuss what they offer. And I came up with this idea for a new job description. If you notice, this one is transitional. It's a journey level position that allows individuals to work under a work experience program that costs the county $0 for up to 6 months. They got those skills in the departments that we need to fill positions in, and after that 6 months, or before, if the person's working out and the department's budget allows, they can transition into a 50% paid position and 100% of workman's comp paid during the next training level. So we share those responsibilities while we're cultivating our local residents to meet county administrative needs. And then finally, there are departments who need positions filled but have losses in grant funding, or their budgets just don't allow for it at this time. But partnering in this kind of a position would allow us to meet those internal office needs while they develop relationships with the department heads and the people working in that office, as well as learning the individual dynamics of each office. So I talked to some of the department heads. There's some interest across the board. Two of the people that I've reached out to, I mentioned earlier, the veterans rep, Isaac Levi, is a veteran employer representative. He's regional. He comes quite a ways to travel. He came for a meeting. He's looking at doing workshops with us in the future. Melissa Hendrickson with WorkSource Oregon has already been partnering to have us send job descriptions to her so people can better fill out their applications to demonstrate their current skill sets, meet open positions. But the individuals that are here with us today is Miss Corinne Gibson with Southwestern Community College. She's a jobs and careers coach. Her specialty, I've asked her to come and speak to you about because she has a unique program. And then also our self-sufficiency branch of the Health and Human Services, Brian Hutchinson. Those will help us cultivate our local residents to meet the needs of the county's administrative needs within our current fiscal constraints. If you can allow me, I'd like to have Corinne come up and talk to you for a minute about her program.
Sure.
Thank you.
So with the jobs program, basically what it does is it offers two variations to the program. We have work experience program, and then we have the Jobs Plus program. With work experience, we work with DHS, and they offer participants that have TANF and SNAP benefits that they're currently receiving, and we work to try to help them become self-sufficient. So with work experience, it's part-time employment. Basically, they act as if they're volunteers, and it's to gain on-the-job experience. This is for people that have had minimal job experience in a field, and they want to, break into that field, and they want to be employable. With Jobs Plus, it's the next step, and this is for people also that are on TANF SNAP benefits. And then this is somebody who is employable. Maybe they just still need a little bit more training in that particular field, or they just need their foot in the door, and allows them the opportunity to work for you, and they're considered a temp employee. How it works is the benefits, basically the workers' compensation benefits, the taxes, and up to minimum wage are reimbursed to the employer. This is for a 6-month program, and this is specifically with Jobs Plus. And while they're in this program, their SNAP and TANF benefits are put on hold, because the idea is to help make them employable and either obtain permanent employment with the employer that they're currently working for, or at least develop that resume, show some skills so that they can potentially have permanent employment after that. And this offers basically a hand-in-hand for both the employer and the participant to be able to work together and help each other grow so that they can both get something out of it. You achieve having somebody working for you. It helps budgetary-wise, and then it also helps these people become more employable and ultimately obtain permanent employment.
Okay. Commissioner Gold?
I'm just curious, how many individuals are enrolled in your program? I had a friend once that kind of taught these individuals. How many do you have right now?
It can vary. It's based on how many people DHS refers to us. Brian, do you have a number to throw at that?
Hi, Brian Hutchison here, Department of Human Services. I'm the what's called engagement specialist. My job is to oversee the welfare to work program for Curry counties. So that's my charge. And with that is that currently between the two districts there's actually 409 households on TANF. Of that, here in Curry is about 130 households are on TANF, and out of that, then there are approximately 30 households that are required to participate in the jobs program, because most people don't realize that when participants receive TANF, they're actually required to engage in employment programs, because TANF is sourced from Social Security funds. And so there's a mandatory employment retraining program in TANF, and our job is self-sufficiency to get people that are receiving TANF to not need us anymore. And so we do that by placing people in unpaid and then subsidized paid positions. Yes, Commissioner Gold.
So this is just off the wall. What % of your people would you say that go into these work programs are successful and are able to move forward and be self-sufficient?
I would say our success rate there's actually a lot of varying levels, and Corinne and her program that we contract, they're a subcontractor for Coos and Curry, and that they are at the top end, so that we've filtered out people that aren't necessarily career ready. We don't refer them to them because we try to work with them. If they're at a lower level, if you've never held a job, well, we're not going to start you off, there, because you probably need some basics. And so we have life skills, we have lower levels, which is called supported work, to where they have job shadowing, job coaching, just like one-on-one all the time. So they build those skills, so that eventually they get to the point to where we can refer them, so they can work actively in a business or for for an entity, and
So out of those top level that say would be referred to us, what % are usually successful in becoming self-sufficient?
I would say that probably 50%. I mean, in talking about self-sufficiency is that not every time it works, but that there are actually administrative penalties for not participating in the program, and that's the other part of my job. Is I administer the administrative penalty part of it, and so that when people don't participate that are mandatory, there's actually financial penalties, and they can lead to grant closure. So that there are motivations to keep people
So are these
actively
folks
engaged.
mostly willing to do this, or are they recalcitrant?
Well, I will say this, and I'm a pretty firm believer that if poverty is a lack of income, getting people employed will cure that problem, and so that I believe, and our district here at DHS believes, that it's strong incentive to do that, and that people that are mandatory that don't participate then are put through the administrative penalty process, and their grants are eventually closed, and so that.
So money talks is what you're saying.
Money does talk. Imagine
Okay,
that.
got it.
All right. Thank you.
So I thank you for your time, Commission. I hope that you can see through this that this job description that's before you for your approval today is a tool in helping us to develop a work program that helps us jump on board with our community partners in cultivating our local workforce.
Do I have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms.
I
Schmelzer.
just want to add a few things. So I've been a supervisor in a different county that took advantage of these type of programs, and we had excellent employees, people that wanted to be there, they wanted to learn job skills. I can remember one that we brought on full-time, and they are still there, and they're very reliable, very hardworking. I think it's a great idea. We have $35,000 budgeted for scanning right now. That was going to go out to bids. I know from past experience, people, probably the best bidder is one that's out of Washington. This program would allow us to retain a lot of that money in-house and use people, local residents here, to do that scanning in-house for us. We also have another one with a lot of paper documents that would these people could go through and learn those job skills. It's just a really great program to let the people be part of the county in which they're receiving these benefits. And it's something that I wish we would have taken advantage of a long time ago. We've had difficulty. Summer Matteson, our economic development coordinator, has been responsible for putting together this secretary pool, where we advertise to get people in here to help out in the offices, and we've had a difficult time getting people to be in that pool. So this allows us the opportunity to have people ready for the pool, as well as save us money, especially since we're not paying for those the first 6 months of that salary. So it's a win-win all the way around. And Sharlyn, I have to thank you for following up on it and being as aggressive as you have been on it, because I think it's going to be a real plus to the county, and hopefully get us some future employees.
Commissioner Boice?
I just want to thank you both. You have something else?
Yeah, I just want to ask a little one advantage is that for the volunteers is that they are covered under the state workers' comp policy. You don't have to, that they're covered, so you don't. There's zero expense to the. And I will say in Coos, we place people in their parks department, the fairgrounds, and in fact, fairgrounds here has used our work experience too. The recorder's office Aaron Coos has used. So get you a little, you can, as you know, there's a lot of creative ways that you can utilize this. And then also in Jobs Plus that the employer is reimbursed for the wages and the workers' comp. So your net cost for that 6-month period, like I say, we reimburse to minimum wage for the first month. The second through the 6th month is $1 less than minimum wage. That dollar is then placed into an education account for the participant to access when they successfully complete it. So that's usually about $700. So just using simple math, that if you had a job for $12 an hour, starting in month 2, then we would reimburse at $10 an hour. We reimburse for the workers' comp, so that your net cost then for 4 months would be, for 5 months would be $5 an hour. So basically, your net cost for your employee would be $200 a week. That's pretty. I like that kind of math. So.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you do a background check on the prospective employees?
No, but we can. One thing we can do, if there's a fee associated with that, we can pay that.
Okay.
So along with drug testing, also, if there's any fees associated with them participating in the program, we can pay for that. We can do it at zero cost to the employer.
Thanks. Appreciate
And
the
I
info.
wanna remind you that it was also the Veterans Office in WorkSource Oregon who weren't able to be here today that we're also partnering with. So we're really maximizing tax dollars out there.
Commissioner Boice, did you have something further?
Do you sense a little bit of enthusiasm in the air? And better late than never. I'm sorry, too, we didn't get this done 2 years ago. I really appreciate you both taking the time to come down here from Coos Bay. That's always a big deal for Curry County. We're down here in this frontier. Thank you, Director Schmelzer, for your heads up and certainly your background in that. Ms. Harvey, really good work. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion?
I
So
move that
moved.
we approve the job description and program for office assistant, work experience, extra help, as proposed by Ms. Harvey.
Second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice,
Yes.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, guys. Next, we are going to have 6K. Mr. Barnes? All right. This is the Harbor case, continued discussion. Dave Fortman? Morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, sir. Before I start the discussion, I just want to pay a compliment to the board. Your couple of workshops on code enforcement, including this one, has moved this issue forward.
Good.
And moved our stakeholders, shareholders in these projects forward. So we're all starting to work and getting a resolution. On this particular matter, the property owner resolved their issues with the Harbor Sanitation District on Thursday by paying their fees.
Great.
Harbor gave us a notification that they're set to move forward. On Monday, I met with the property owner here. He has completed the application for the building permit process. That was submitted and accepted by our building department. The only thing that is pending payment of fees that the building department has to figure out what they're going to do because of the complex nature of this. It's being monitored, and hopefully we'll have a resolution in the next week or two to this property.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Boice?
I'm going to have to add something to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Fortman. You know, I think I've made it clear that I don't know why we are not mentioning who this citizen is. His name is Richard Wise. Made it very clear during the last discussion that he's a friend of mine. I almost want to put him in the category of a good friend. I've watched him very close. I've pushed him as hard as I can on this. I'm not trying to take any credit, but something really disturbs me, and that's the conduct of this board on the September 4th meeting, with the exception of County Council and CEO Fortman. I think that there's 3 questions that really need to be asked so we can tell the citizens that we do our homework. Number 1, this agenda item come through to the board without any supporting commissioner. It came through without any supporting documents. Mr. Wise was not invited to this meeting, or to that meeting, excuse me. And I am appalled that we allowed that. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think with the exception of the people I just mentioned and myself, we were going to cut off electricity. We made some assumptions that were really under the category, in my view, of guilty until proven innocent. And I'm trying to separate out and have objectivity because he is a friend, but nonetheless he is a citizen. I've even had people tell me that he's not really a veteran. And that is absolutely false, because I've done my homework there too. And that, in its sense, in doing that proper research to understand what the citizen was up against. And so it's not over, Mr. Chair. He's going to come back. I'm not encouraging him that way. But if he wants to come back and show the documentation he has to the extent he believes that the Harbor Sanitary Board members were misled, and I'll just give you one example. He made 6 different Harbor Sanitary meetings. So any notion that he was indifferent or irresponsible in his duty to get to those meetings, he's going to be able to prove, and his public record, that that's false. And again, that's just one thing. Don't need to carry on anymore, but I don't ever want this board to take a citizen like that and say, here, we don't even know what we're discussing. We think we're talking about one individual, and in the beginning of the meeting, we're keeping his name secret. And it's just really unacceptable to me. And so that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Fortman, I appreciate your diligence on this. And,
yes, absolutely.
And the tact that you used in it as well. Thank you, sir. Did you have anything? All right, next we're moving on
Mr. Chair, wait a minute. Can we answer the question of who put it on the board, why Mr. Wise wasn't invited, and why there's no supporting document? Doesn't have to be doesn't have to be today, Mr. Chair, but I want those 3 questions asked. I want to know how this all happened, because it took a route that was really unfortunate. Yes,
I can answer that question. So I put it on the board, or I'm sorry, on the agenda.
At whose request?
Harbor Sanitary had reached out to Commissioner Gold and just said they wanted to talk to us about code enforcement issues. It was put on there and no names were mentioned because my understanding is it was the general conversation. When we have issues like this, what do we do? That conversation, at some point somebody mentioned a specific party, but my understanding was this was a general discussion on how do we proceed on these violations and have better code enforcement and coordination with Harbor Sands, especially when we have people that won't comply with Harbor Sands requests or county requests. At what point do we take the next action? The conversation obviously evolved during that whole meeting, but there was no intent to mention a specific party or discuss the specific case.
Well, it went way beyond awkward, so I don't know how much of a discussion you want to continue on with this, but maybe I will reverse what I said a moment ago. I would encourage him to come, and if he has documentation that shows that he did not get free sewer service for 2 years, that he did try and work with the county and do his responsibility, the ball is in his court, and right now he's very believable. Please don't lose fact of that we basically convicted him while he was here. That's my opinion. I think you go back and look at the tape. It's pretty hard to come away with any different conclusion.
All right.
Thank you.
Moving on to L, Housing Coordinator position, Ms. Schmelzer.
Yes, during our housing workshop, it was mentioned that there was a desire for a housing coordinator position. Commissioner Boice has been pretty vocal as an advocate for a housing coordinator position. I did put together a job description for us to consider for a housing coordinator. I wrote it such that this person would serve the entire county, not just the unincorporated areas. They would also be helping the cities out as well. I would add, it's not in here, but the first step is to approve the job description, of course, and make sure we want to go forward with our engagement in the housing program. But I would also add that at the time, if this goes further, that we make it very clear that this be a grant-funded position, that it's based on admin dollars from grants or contributions, but it not be a general fund employee.
That was my question, answered.
I have one also. If it's going to be for the entire county, can we expect support from the incorporated cities through maybe some of their admin fees for this?
So I have not talked to the cities about this because I wanted to make sure the county was even willing to extend that olive branch. I did put it a little heads up to the cities and the ports that I did want to discuss this at our next county leadership meeting that we have with the cities to see if they were interested as well. So starting with the county to say, do we want to pursue this? Do we want to have a housing coordinator? Do we want to pursue the grant funding for it? Is this something everybody supports? And do we support the idea of it not being a general fund employee? Just where do we go from here?
Okay. Mr. Barnes?
Good morning. Thank you again, David Barnes. I'm sorry, but I don't think this county belongs in the housing business. We currently have there's a Curry Housing Authority, there's a homeless coalition, there's other housing authorities. Until we have a plan for a housing coordinator to implement, I think that we're being way premature in considering hiring one. We have no plans to do, to address the housing issue other than opening up road fund money to throw at it, I guess. I don't know, but we don't have a plan. What are we going to hire a housing coordinator to do? Are we going to hire one to develop our plan for us first? We have other people sitting in the room who've been in housing in Curry County for many years. I'd like to hear their plan and what their vision would be before we would hire somebody new off the street to come in and to do this for us. I just think it's way premature. I don't think that Curry County belongs in the public housing industry. I think that's a huge mistake for us to make. And I just wanted to make my opinion known. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attended last Friday the Wild Rivers Coast Alliance. It was basically a meeting with North Neighborhood Works, Umpqua. Orca had a representative. Certainly United Way was there. Former Commissioner Nallen was there. She may want to speak on this. Jim Seeley, who is the Bannon Dunes facilitator for Wild Rivers Coast Alliance, he must have said 3 times, Commissioner Boice, thank you for being here. These people are ready to help us. They are partners. They are dedicated. They understand our problem. They want to pull everybody together. I'm with, first of all, this is a 5.5 page. The amount of time you put into this, it's very well stated. I think this protects the county. To get a plan, I couldn't agree more. This person, compensated outside of general fund dollars, will develop that plan. I have no intention of the county going into the property management business, but Neighborhood Works Umpqua, their primary focus goals are to find housing developments and facilitate, support, encourage, fund, and then they're property managers, so that's their job. They're willing to come down and help Curry County. I've encouraged Director Schmelzer that I want this to be, at least right now, I've felt like we could have this as a county coordinated effort. But after leaving that meeting on Friday and seeing the amount of time and effort that's gone into that, I could certainly go either way. I just want to take advantage of the people that understand our problem and are willing to help. And boy, they're out there. So now's the time. I couldn't be more enthusiastic. This has been moving and transitioning into where we could really make a difference. And I think we can raise the funds, and I think we're responsible to do that. We've got, go back to the law enforcement, the schools, and the medical care. You know, there was one other, I always forget the fourth one, that we're trying to help bring professional peoples into the employees into this area, and they need help finding housing. I mean, the sheriff's got examples. Yeah, anyway, maybe you could fill in the blank there.
Well, there's a couple things. You know, we've thrown around the idea of partnering with the schools and the hospital to have housing. You know, basically, as you said, we'll get people interested in working for us. They're very talented people, but there's no housing. I myself couch surfed, thanks to my friends, for the first 2 months I was here. We have people living in campers. We have people that just can't take the jobs because they just can't find the housing. So there's been discussion about that. I think you're aware of my goal of hopefully being able to replace all those very old, dilapidated campers that families are living in and get them into stable housing through a grant program or a revolving loan fund program. I know with our housing authority right now, at the current time, they're not doing development projects. I've actually reached out to Jackson County Housing to see if they would help us develop some housing projects. They were willing to help as long as we had the property for them. I mean, we've got people out there. We've got the programs. We've got the need. There's only so much your current staff can do. You know, I can't run a housing program right now under my current
Good if you had the time.
workload. If I had the time, but I don't have the
No way.
time. It's just something that, you know, there's been studies for. All Care has paid for a study. The city of Gold Beach had a study. I think there's enough information out there and data to support the fact that we have a problem. We did an emergency housing declaration that says we recognize that there's a problem. Let's not just talk, let's do, is kind of my attitude on it. And however, I am very concerned about tax dollars, and I think if we can have a position that does not come out of the general fund, I think we should pursue it. But if this is something where we don't have funding from outside sources, I don't think we should pursue it at that point. I think if people really genuinely care, they're going to help support it. And if they don't, I guess the message is pretty clear that they're not as enthused about solving the housing crisis as they think, as we've heard.
Commissioner Gold?
I know other counties have housing problems, as we do. How many other counties, or are you aware of any counties that have housing coordinators to do this specific function? Just curious.
I don't have an inventory on that. I do know when I was in Josephine County, I was part of a work group that had discussed having a countywide housing coordinator. By the time I left, what we did was we took $75,000 of lottery dollars that we put towards a large housing project that was occurring there. So there wasn't money to have a housing coordinator. I don't know if they ever pursued it after I left. There are several areas, you know, each area is different. Sometimes you'll have CAP agencies that run housing programs. We're not under the auspices of, we're not capped. We're not part of a CAP agency. You have a lot of, as Mr. Barnes said, there's a lot of different groups out there working on housing, but they're all doing their little piece of the puzzle, you know, either giving vouchers or helping the homeless, and there's no big umbrella looking at all of those housing issues, such as veterans housing, home repair. We just don't have that master umbrella right now in Curry County.
Yeah, and I guess my main concern is how effective would this housing coordinator be? I don't know. Maybe Mrs. Nowlin can put forth some information on that.
Georgia Nowlin Brookings. Yes, Commissioner Boice, thank you for being at that summit on Friday. It was a summit meeting of NeighborWorks, Umpqua, United Way, and the Curry Housing Task Force. Our Rob Foster, our coordinator for that, was there as well. And we are looking at a systems approach, regional approach. It has to be at that level to really be comprehensive in addressing the housing issues, because they are complex. You're talking several areas: subsidized housing, the homeless, affordable housing, workforce housing. Those are all different areas of housing and rentals. So NeighborWorks Umpqua is we were looking for funding to support a larger funding package from Meyer Memorial for work on the coast. I'm not going to speak to it yet from the standpoint of we are still waiting for final approval from Meyer Memorial, but with NeighborWorks, UMCOV, I can speak a little bit to that. They are looking to have a collective impact person as well as a development person to pull together a lot of the projects, very much like the housing coordinator for that, for Coos and Curry counties. So we're talking a large regional, and it has to be, if we're talking about projects like like we talked about with the community land trust concept, we're talking about small parcels. How do you bring in a builder to come in and do that? So it has to be economies of scale. It has to be a consistent pipeline of this, working within the 2 counties at least. So these are concepts that are out there. I think it's a little premature to be looking for a housing coordinator for the county at this time, especially when it has to be more of a systematic approach to solving these issues. And if you're lone wolfing it, so to speak, from just that, the grant funding would be an issue as well, because funders are looking at collaboration. They're looking at who are the partners. They're looking at how can we all work together on this. So I would probably say is let's see where this goes forward. I know Summer sits on the core team for the Curry Housing Task Force as well, so you have a county representative. And it's important that we all talk. We welcome what the county's trying to do with it, because we all have to be participating to do this. So thank you.
Commissioner Boice?
Ms. Nallen, thank you very much. Walking out of the Capitol, David Brock-Smith yesterday, and talking about the Rogue-Siskiyou Regional Fire Training Center, he says by the way, we are on the next agenda, and I didn't have to ask, and that'll be the 26th in Portland. I can do it by phone and by documents sent to them. So that is very good news, just confirmed this morning. But as we're walking out of the Capitol, he says, we need a fire training center, no question. We need firefighters, no question. We need hotshot crews, no question. But to your point, Ms. Nallen, he's reminding me, and he says, thank goodness Curry County can take the lead, not say, what are the other counties doing? How effective are we going to be? Are we going to take the lead? In taking that lead, we pull these partners together, and he said, the work we've done with the Forest Service, back to the Fire Training Center, the work we've done with the other counties, the BLM, certainly the Oregon Department of Forestry, the forest collaboratives, we may want to go on our own, but we're not going to get the funding. If we pull these people in with the needs we have in this county through just sheer determination and proper homework, they will come on board, and they are. That was Representative Brock-Smith's point. Ditto with the housing thing. Would I like to have one person separate and responsible to the commission, board, and Director Schmelzer? And we still may do that. I just don't know if that's the best way to go, and if that's our best chance at getting the funding we need, again, outside the general fund. That's also part of my commissioner report today, so I'd like to go first, if I may, even ahead of Director. I've got to go to Brookings and get there before noon. So when this subject is closed, I'd like to give just 2 or 3 minutes, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you know, my 2 cents on this is I don't know that we need a housing coordinator, and I'm not sure that it's dollars best spent, but I will say this. I think it is definitely worth looking into. So going to Ms. Schmelzer's point, I think that we should at least look into whether we want one and how to fund it. And I'd also like to have the conversation, like you said, at the next meeting, managers meeting, or the county meeting, to see if we can get the cities involved in this as well, not only through grant funding through the county, but also get city contributions through maybe their admin fees and some dollars that they have to help pay for this, so that we don't have another burden to the general fund of the county. Yeah. So I would like to move it forward, at least to look at and see if we can get the incorporated cities on board and see where it leads us.
I'll have to agree with Commissioner Paasch on his comments. So I'll just say ditto. How's that?
Do we need a formal vote on this then, or?
No, I'll just continue to work on it. And I just have one thing to add. Commissioner Gold, one thing glaring in my mind, when you asked me if other counties have done this, I don't know about Oregon, the numbers but I do know from my own experience back in Wisconsin, I actually worked for a county that had a housing coordinator. And what we did was we actually ran it as a revolving loan fund program. So there were some grants, there was also some loans, but as that money came back, it helped pay for the services. So there's different ways of doing it. I'll just continue to look into it for the board, talk to the cities, and I'll bring it back for further discussion.
Okay.
Great, sounds good.
Thank you for the work you did on
Yes, great work.
this 5.5 pages of job description. That more enthusiasm.
So are we okay to let Commissioner Boice go first here?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
Commissioner Boice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board. Back to housing, sudden oak death. Those are the two biggest issues, in my opinion, that this county is faced with. And I've got very well acquainted with Greg Wolf and the Association of Oregon Counties, also through my board membership there. And I'm going to meet with him again on Thursday, late Thursday, or Friday morning, I don't remember now which, but he is the lead person with the Association of Oregon Counties on facilitating sudden oak death, where we're going to spend this 1.7 that we got from the state, and of course, in addition, aggressive ask of the federal government to understand how serious this disease is and how critical, Mr. Chair, it is that we keep it in Curry County. And it goes along too with the Governor's Fire Recovery Council. I spent all day Monday. That was time well spent. I don't have time to give a report today. As you know, we're not going to make the governor's request of getting it done by the end of this month, but we will have it done probably in the second week, hopefully, of October. So back to Greg Wolf. He also is the lead person for the governor through AOC on the Housing Commission for the state of Oregon. So there's some tremendous resources there that are available to us. As you said, you and I don't have time to pursue those resources other than bring the right attention to Curry County. I believe a housing coordinator, Mr. Chair, could really help fill that role. And there is, again, other than just funds, we just have to compete. Everybody knows our story. We have tremendous opportunities in this county. We have tremendous challenges. Moving on, in my time with Senator Hurd and Representative Brock Smith, we're already looking at new projects. Could be the short session. I'm not real optimistic about that. The funds that would come back to Curry County is probably more likely to be the 2021 full session, or maybe even down the road. But right now, our next consideration is for the Port of Brookings. With the 1.6 that went to the Port of Port Orford, the 1.7 for SOD, the 2 million. There's some hiccups on the 2 million for the South Coast Emergency Room, but those are getting worked out in between the governor's office. You may have a report there. And then the sediment study, we've talked about spending time in the Port of Brookings, having some of those funds go to the Port of Brookings in the study, and we may want to include Pistol River on that, because the Pistol River watershed drainage, of course, was also tremendously damaged by the Chetco bar fire. The one thing I want to communicate to the citizens here, a week ago Monday, we had the Water Resources Director in, Tom Pryor. He made a presentation to the AOC board. He gave us, and I'll try and get that to Staff Jesuit, he gave us a 100-year water vision for Oregon. As you all know, or should know, water is going to become a bigger and bigger issue in our state, needless to say. And so in that vision, it has a different approach between metropolitan or urban and rural areas. What I want the citizens to know is we lost one of our water masters, and that was in Coquille, that is, less than an hour from Port Orford, 2 hours, less than 2 hours to Brookings. And so we had with State Representative Kathy McEwen and David Brock Smith yesterday. David Brock Smith basically summoned him to the office, said, why are we losing our one representative? And his report satisfied me that our citizens are going to be pretty well served. I just want the citizens to understand, I'm repeating this because I hope they recognize how important water rights are, and it takes a long time to get those corrected. So you're going to be dealing with a representative in Josephine County and representative from downtown Roseburg or Douglas County. So for Port Orford, our citizens there, they're going to be calling, and it's going to be 3 hours each way. For Gold Beach, it's going to be 2.5 hours from Josephine County. I'm convinced, at least we're going to be watching very close, that those water masters, it's not like the Water Resources Department is short of staff, but they have a greater need, go figure, in the Salem area, in the metropolitan area. So our citizens out there need to get acquainted with their water master if they have water projects, if they have water issues, and understand what the long-term vision is for our state and how critical water is. I could go on and on. I think that's enough, and I will be giving you additional reports on that down the road. I really appreciate the two state representatives that took the time to look out for our county and help me on that, and I'll make sure those reports are on the county website. That's all I have for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Don't speed on the way to Brookings.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm going to go welcome the Oregon State Parks Commission, and I'm very honored to do that.
All right. Director Schmelzer?
Okay, just a couple things to update you on. The first is the transit lodging tax and the business license program. As you know, Miranda Plaguey is our staff person who is responsible for that. She has reached out to as many transient lodging companies as she could find to notify them of the new ordinance. She's done some general searches. She's contacted property management offices, partnered with neighboring counties for third-party intermediary contacts, and she's also done some ads in the local papers. She's heard from VRBO and Airbnb now. Took Airbnb a little while to get back to us, but working with them basically to educate them and share with them the fact that we now have the TLT program in place. We'll start collecting, people will start collecting that tax from October 1st. So right now the program became effective September 1st, but they don't start collecting until October 1st. She's also done a lot of work on the business license program. That one has been a little bit easier to get a hold of the people and let people be aware that license is going to be implemented. She was able to work with the state, and the state actually had a business directory. So she has right now on the list of businesses that she'll be approaching, about 300 people right now would be contacted by U.S. mail. To try and get that database and get those people informed of what has that business license program. Finance Director Harvey has brought to my attention some concerns about the copiers and our copier contracts. In 2016, we spent about $10,000 on printers and copiers, I should say, and by 2018 that increased to a little over $25,000. So $10,000 to $25,000 in 2 years was a bit alarming. So she's looking into that to see how we can work on those contracts and streamline that and get those costs down on that as well. She's also done a little research into the bills and things of that nature. She did find a big one that had not been paid, so we're working on, Cena's actually working with her on taking part of that, paying part of the bill this year and kind of offsetting to the next year how we're going to pay that bill. But it is being addressed, and I'm grateful she found that so we can stay on top of that in the future. We had some concerns about space needs. At the last minute, we talked about working with a private party who was willing to perhaps build us an office that we could use for a justice center or something of that nature. I've put that on hold because the office that had the immediate need has made some arrangements with another office. They're basically swapping office space to meet some of those needs right now to get us by. So I've just kind of put all of that on hold, hoping of course that we can address the greater issue of space needs this spring as we pursue discussions on rebuilding a courthouse. Just some meetings coming up that I have to remind you of. We're beginning our natural hazard mitigation plan. That is something that is required especially if we want to continue to get funding for hazards in the county. That planning process will have their kickoff meeting on September 26th at 1 o'clock at the Brookings EOC. Our emergency management director is also doing an emergency preparedness expo. That's October 12th from 9:30 to 3:30 at Docia Suite. And then with our parks coordinator, as you know, we've been looking into the Elk River properties for future campground. He's having a meeting with the public at the Port Orford Library on October 3rd from 5:30 to 7. Our next meeting, of course, for the board is going to be a little interesting. Normally we would start our next meeting, which would be the 25th at 9 a.m. However, that's also the day that we're going to be meeting in Port Orford, so we're having our meeting in the evening. However, we are going to have a special session at noon, which will include an executive session and then some juvenile updates that they've been trying to get in front of us for. October, we do have our finance director is going to be giving us our quarterly report. And we do have a budget meeting, quarterly budget meeting scheduled for November. I actually spoke with one of the budget members today. We're going to see if we can push that up a little bit, perhaps to October, to accommodate some schedules. But I'll work with the finance director on that. Other than that, that's all I have right now.
Okay. Well, I don't have a lot. I just want to say that I am moving forward with some questions that I had for the emergency room in Brookings, you know, that we spoke about at the last meeting. I understand Commissioner Boice just said there may be a hiccup. I think he may, I don't want to speak for him, but what I've learned is that this was put into the budget for 2021 for payment, but it was approved through the general fund. So they may be able to expedite or they may have to expedite that money because it was approved through the general fund, not through the way that it's currently listed. So I've asked Representative Smith to look into a couple of questions I had on that, and also you know, learning more about the processes that we've spoken about today through special districts, and talking to state representatives and also state legal counsel. Just make sure that the more information that we have on this, you know, I'd rather be prepared for it. I just want to reiterate to the constituents one more time, I'm not here to be an adversary to any district. I am here to look at it all and hopefully find the best uses for our tax dollars. And that's all I have for today. Commissioner Gold.
Just to keep the public aware that SWAC is doing a number of seminars and this is kind of a groundswell from the public to utilize the SWAC campus more, and they have ongoing seminars going on every week. I attended one last week. There were 21 individuals there. We do a survey at the end to see evaluation form, and so far we've had positive reports. So there's a variety of classes. There's a lot of people, individuals involved in the planning of this. So it's also going to be on the county website. I talked to Summer about that because I think we need to encourage people to use the campus. So, and there's some positive things going on there, and a possible art show there that would be fine art, not just crafts. So I thought that would be a good place to highlight that. So we're looking into that. And that's all I've got today.
All right, so at this time we are going to recess our public meeting and we are going to go into executive session per ORS 192.6602 to consider the employment of a public officer, employee, or staff member, and individual agent, and ORS 192.6602 F to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection, and H to consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. So we're going to take about 5 minutes and then we will enter executive session. We are in recess.
If yours is the next big idea and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, If you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my, my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is. And what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot one or two of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, More than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch three-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but three of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe.
Is it French or
All right,
something?
we are back in from executive session, and the board is to proceed as directed, and we are going to recess for lunch, and we will be back in at 1 p.m. This meeting is in recess.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe?
wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
That way we can get it all the way out. All right, sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
me text Allison.
Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me, Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro?
You're the one who needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly 1/3 of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in
When a large forest fire breaks out, potentially threatening lives, homes, wildlife, and thousands of acres of forest land, the news coverage is immediate and consistent. Interviews with homeowners, firefighters, medical aid providers, and others continues nonstop until the fire is sufficiently contained. At that point, the cameras are turned off, the interviews are over, and it's on to the next event. The images of catastrophic wildfire, with its ferocity and devastating impact on the land, hold the interest and attention of the public. However, there is an equally important story occurring on that same landscape after the fire is contained, mopped up, and finally declared out that the public seldom sees. The frequency and size of these mega fires on federal forest land has increased significantly over the last few decades. All too often, what is left in their wake is a vast sea of dead, charred trees. Unfortunately, because of a maze of confusing and often contradictory rules and regulations, very little rehabilitation or reforestation occurs after these fires. The result of this neglect in many cases is as devastating as the fire itself. Here's why. Even in the hottest, severe fires, most of the dead trees remain standing, the wood not damaged by the fire, still suitable and valuable for lumber. But as the insects move in, within months, the dead and dying trees begin to deteriorate and decompose. Eventually, all of the economic value is lost. What is not removed will decay, add fuel to an even greater future fire threat, and in the process, release the greenhouse gases that the trees gathered and stored during the centuries they were alive. When all of the trees across the tens of thousands of acres burned in each of these megafires are left to rot, millions of tons of destructive greenhouse gases are released into the upper atmosphere. These are the same volatile organic compounds that have been identified as some of the most damaging elements we can put into our air. In contrast, trees harvested soon after the fire is out drive the economic engine that employs people, provides revenue for the critical restoration and reforestation, and can provide dollars for local government services such as schools, public safety, health and social services, libraries, and good roads. When the harvested trees are made into lumber for homes, construction, and furniture, the carbon remains in storage instead of going up into the atmosphere. Dead and dying timber becomes a magnet for insect infestation. These infestations can be so large that they do not end with the burned forest, but progress into the surrounding green forest, killing even more trees, which then become even more fodder for the next fire. In absence of prompt active management and reforestation, invasive brush can dominate the landscape. That brush can retard and even prohibit the growth of the new forest and compound the fuel load for a future fire. When that fire does occur, the dense brush and dead, fallen trees on the ground create a firestorm, burning hotter and even more damaging to the soil than the first fire. These damaged soils can repel water, lack the nutrients and organic matter needed by seedlings, and hinder the ability of new trees to grow. While megafires can be so devastating, not all fires are bad. When the conditions are right, fire has been used for decades as an effective way to reduce fuels on the forest floor, burn back brush and dead grass to stimulate the new growth desired by wildlife, thinning out the younger, overstocked areas of our forests, and maintain the fire resiliency we seek. Controlled burning can be a powerful and useful tool used in the right places at the right time by the professionals we charge with managing these forests. The desired result is to lessen the potential for the large, devastating megafires we have been experiencing these past few decades. Recovery after megafires is not only possible, but can greatly expedite the restoration and creation of all of the benefits of a healthy forest ecosystem. One fine example is Oregon's Tillamook State Forest. After repeated massive fires in the mid-20th century, state, county government, private companies, and even school children worked together to restore and replant over 500 square miles of burned-over landscape. As a result of those efforts, today we have prime fish and wildlife habitat for salmon, trout, elk, and owls, plus camping, hiking and biking trails, healthy growing forests that gather and store carbon, and sustainable timber harvest that supports local economies, funds schools and local governments, and supports thousands of family wage jobs across the region. Without the vision of those state and local leaders just a few decades ago, very little, if any of this, would be possible today. Nearly every year for the past 20 years, we have watched millions of acres of our public forests burned by megafires. We spent hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars fighting them. Yet when the fire is out, a mere fraction of the killed trees and lost value is ever recovered, with little or no effort to restore the burned landscape. What can you do? Contact your elected federal, state, and local officials. Tell them these federal lands and once treasured forests are too valuable to simply walk away. Future generations are depending upon you to take action. For more information, visit us on Facebook at Communities for Healthy Forests.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's gonna benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes. but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch three-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
That way we can get it all the way off. All right, sounds good.
Okay.
No worries.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues.
It is 1 o'clock on September 18th, 2019. Moving forward with our meeting. would be a hire order for maintenance and construction worker Richard Christensen. And he's not here now, so do we need to have a... Okay, do I have a motion?
So I move that we approve the hire order for the maintenance and construction worker 1 for the road department.
And I'll second that. Any further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice, absent. Motion carried 2-0.
Okay, second, 10B would be Assistant Facilities Director, Mr. Eric Hanson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Council, Julie. How can I help you?
Well, we understand that you have a hire order that I have never seen, firstly, and I don't know anything about the person. I don't even know his name or anything about that person. And I'm not understanding that, firstly. And secondly, I'm thinking Council Huddle might want to have some comments on our discussion earlier. Do we need to make comments on that or no?
Well, if I could, there were a couple of things we talked about earlier, but one of which was some emails where Julie Schmelzer communicated to several people, me being one, that the board, she had indications from at least 2 board members that they wanted to actually interview the individual who's being considered for hiring. And I think my only response was the board can do that, and if they do it, they should go into executive session on it unless the individual requests a public interview. And so I, wasn't really sure what was going to happen after that until I saw this matter on the agenda for an action. So, and then we did go in executive session on the background of this person, the actual individual, and we should not be discussing the, back and forth of the individual. It seemed like your questions, Mr. Chair, were mainly process related of how did the board not get a interview with the individual in question. Well, if I understand correctly, you kind of asked me to talk, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think what's happened is, we have a process in place here that we have to go by, that this board has put in place, RE through Ms. Schmelzer, and from what I've seen in email chains that I wasn't part of, there were requests to bring this to the board, and I understand Commissioner Gold was brought in on this, but there were, I believe, other requests to have the entire board notified of this, and they were not followed up with, so it was pause for concern for me.
I was simply following established hiring policies of Curry County as outlined.
Oh, that's from me?
Yes, this is a letter. Council answered my questions. Regardless, under our procedures, the BOC makes all hiring and firing procedures. They must make their hiring decisions in open session. I don't know what Eric's job description is or whether he is a department head. I am the facilities director, which is a department head, and therefore an appointing authority who makes recommendations to the BOC on hiring. Usually the department head does the interviews and makes the recommendation by a proposed hire order, which I have done. Then a conditional offer is made, which Julie has done. We do a criminal background check and then consider that info in exec session as you have done this morning. Then do a hire order at the end of the next meeting if background is okay by the BOC. I prefer we do not engage in any public processes on any job applicant until after a conditional offer is made. Thank you, John. And we have reviewed all of the criminal background check with the BOC in exec session. But doing a public interview before any preliminary offer letter goes out to a subject to criminal background screening is not our usual process. I believe I had followed this direction entirely, and they are established county hiring practices, which we have utilized in the past many times. This is not a director position. This is an assistant. It says so in the title that you helped create.
Ms. Schmelzer?
The way the job description is written, it says that it's going to be a department head. So the board wanted. The concern on this one was because the job description says it's going to be a department head, the board wanted to have some say on who gets hired for that position, because they're ultimately the department head when you leave, Eric.
Yes.
So, and we haven't had, that I'm aware of, we haven't had an assistant position, so this was new ground for us.
We have many assistants in place right now as we speak. In the job description, it says may become facilities director. We do not know that. This is on a probationary 90-day basis, so we can't decide at this point if this individual is even capable of assuming a directorship.
Counsel?
So, I guess, as far as I'm tracking this, the big hitch here is in this particular job position, job description says may become director, et cetera. It's kind of, just comparing it to, for instance, right as soon as we came out, we made a hire order on a road worker that was done by the board, and we did the background screening and all that stuff. But that the board didn't interview. But another part of the equation is, you know, I think, again, I saw that email, that refreshed my recollection. I think earlier along the line, I sent out an email saying that, again, the board can interview, but they have to do it in exec session. A question, I guess, for Director of Operations, if you knew from 2 members of the board that the board wanted to interview this person, why didn't you just make an executive session to interview this person and put it on the agenda?
I wasn't scheduling the interviews, and I wouldn't schedule the interviews.
For the Board of Commissioners, even if they asked you to do that?
They asked to be included on the interview, so I let the director, HR coordinator, and yourself know that they wanted to be included on the interview.
Sure.
So that when the interviews were scheduled, the board could be invited.
Okay, well, I mean, if it's board action at a meeting, I thought you prepared all the agendas.
Let me ask this then. How was Commissioner Gold? How were you invited in on this?
Via email, as his liaison. That's
as the liaison.
Okay.
Yes, normally we request the liaison commissioner.
I understand that. I understand the process, Mr. Hanson.
But I think, you know, we're still, you know, this one, it had some particular elements to the job description. Number 2, we have, again, different parties playing different roles in the process. If it's a board action, again, for me, I would think that anything going to the board would be gone through the Director of Operations. If the board were to interview someone as a board, it would have to be a public meeting and an executive session with all that procedure that goes along with that. So the board can't get together and consider an item outside of, you know, those parameters. And therefore, in my mind, it would have happened in exec session at a board meeting, which at least Director Schmelzer could have had some input on. But in the meantime,
for one reason or another,
yeah.
we don't need to sit here and point fingers.
No,
but, you know, for one reason or another, it failed to happen, and we would have liked to have seen it happen. On top of that, there's other things now that we have to discuss with this that we've discussed in executive session. So to move forward with this is a vote, I guess, for Commissioner Gold and I to make, because Commissioner Boice isn't here. You know, through learning what we know now, do we move forward or not? I would make a motion that we do not move forward with the hire of this person. Do I have a second?
I'm going to have to second that because of what was discussed in executive session, so.
Any further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice. Absent. Motion carried 2-0.
Okay, we'll send out the pre-action letter.
All right, at this time, our meeting is complete. Unless there's anything further, we are adjourned.